can see the PPT. I'm not able to see all of you.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Is it okay?
Good morning, Your Highness, Excellencies, respected professors, research scholars, and students. It is my pleasure to be moderator for this great workshop. I am Mohammad Akbarul Qadri, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Mandsaur University. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedule to join us today. We hope you will learn a lot today. Dear scholars, distinguished guests, and faculty members, you may have participated many workshops, but this workshop is going to be very exclusive and informative because we have very special guests who have years of research experiences. Uh, Professor Shoeb hasn't only produced a number of young research scholars, but also supervised dozens of PhD research scholars. He has written many books and published several research papers. Shoeb Abdullah has remarkable understanding of quantitative research and quantitative studies. This is my honor to invite Honorable Head of the Department, Dr. Aradhana Sethi ma'am, to introduce the workshop, our department, and university. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. A very warm namaskar to all the participants of this one-day e-national workshop Mandsaur University is a young and vibrant university established in 2015. It's a private university located in Mandsaur, Madhya Pradesh. It's running 19 full-time programs. The Faculty of Education conduct Bachelor of Education, that is B.Ed, MA Education and PhD program. We strive to lay the foundation of prospective teachers for meeting challenges in schools by imparting the knowledge and developing the required competencies. Our aim is to develop the spirit to take the real world issues and the potential to transform themselves into teachers of tomorrow. Now, I welcome you on this workshop on development and validation of research tool. As you know that Mandsaur University ever initiates variety of programs to aware the research scholars and faculty members. Today's workshop is another step in this direction. It's a great day for us. We have got overwhelming response of approx 1500 people from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Today this morning, we have with us retired Professor Shoeb Abdullah, Department of Teachers Training and Non-Formal Education, Jamia Millia, Islamia. He is MSc Physics, PhD Physics, MS. His last position was Professor in Education, IASC, Faculty of Education, Jamia Millia, Islamia. He held many administrative positions as head IASC Jamia, had been Honorary Director, State Resource Center, Jamia. He had also been coordinator of NIOS program and assistant coordinator of KEYNOTE program of Jamia Center. Many research projects are in his credit. He had membership of many regulatory bodies. He had been the member of Northern Regional Committee NCTE in 2008 and 2009. He was also the member of several other committees constituted by NCTE. He was the member of Faculty Committee, Faculty of Education, University of Delhi, was the member of BOS, HNB Garhwal University, Garhwal. He had also been the member of Academic Council of Jamia. He had acted as coordinator and resource person and several in-service training programs organized by IASC, Academic Staff College, NCRT, SCRT, DIE, IGNOU, Center for Promotion of Science, Aligarh Muslim University, Central University of Kashmir. He has the credit of publishing numerous research papers and articles in national and international journals. He has even translated 20 books of science, mathematics, physics published by NCRT, NIOS, SCRT, and Delhi, and 20 research scholars he had already guided. He has so much in his credit, the words come short to him. Heartily welcome you, sir, and thank you very much for agreeing to be with us. It's our proud privilege to have you here. Welcome, sir. We also have with us Dr. T. Sangeetha. Presently, she is Assistant Professor at Central University of Rajasthan. She is MSc, MPhil Botany, MA, UGC NET qualified, GRF, PGDHE. Her area of interest are special education, teacher education, inclusive education, and science education. Her research topic was perception of children with attention deficient hyperdeceptive disorder. A number of research papers are on her credit and published in various reputed journals. She has also won Best Paper Awards in many national seminars. She has participated in about 150 seminars, conferences, workshops, FGPs, and training programs. She is the keynote speaker of our today's national workshop. I wholeheartedly welcome you, ma'am, and thank you very much for agreeing to be with us this morning. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you, Akbar, sir.
Thank you, madam, for welcoming all of us and introducing workshop and our department. Dr. T. Sangeetha ma'am has joined us and our head of the department already introduced her. She is having very remarkable academic journey. She is working as assistant professor in the Department of Education, Central University of Rajasthan. Now it is my privilege to invite Dr. T. Sangeetha ma'am to deliver keynote address. It is over to you, ma'am.
Morning. Am I audible to all of you? Sir,
Yes,
am I audible? Can I start?
Yes, you can.
Good morning to yeah. Good morning to one and all present for this one-day national workshop on development and validation of research tool. It is a privilege and honor for me to be the keynote speaker for this workshop to address all the researchers around the nation. I sincerely thank the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Bharat Singh Rawat of Mandsaur University, for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this workshop. I wholeheartedly wish the convener of the program, Dr. Aradhana Sethi, Head, Department of Education, and the coordinator of this workshop, Dr. M. Akbarul Qadri, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, for organizing such a workshop related to research.
you know,
I know very well how much of hard task it is to arrange a workshop. So I congratulate both of you.
अभी तो मामले
And we have our renowned resource person, Professor Shoeb Abdullah, senior faculty from Jamia Millia Islamia. So I saw the minutes like it is of two schedule. So I think along with all the researchers, I will also gain new insights in construction and validation of the tool by hearing Sir's workshop, which will be an hands-on experience for all of us. So, I would like to give my own reflection on the construction and validation of the tool. So, when we want to do research as a researcher or being the research faculty, what we want to do is conduct an effective research which would cater the needs of the society. So, according to Creswell, research is systematic investigation to establish the facts in the broadest sense of the word. The definition of research includes
Madam,
any
sorry to
gathering
disturb
of
you.
data.
Please full screen your PPT. Sorry to disturb you. Click on the full screen. You can see only PPT.
Is
Yes.
it full screen
Now.
now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. So, according to Creswell, research is systematic investigation to establish the facts in the broadest sense of the word. The definition of research includes any gathering of data, information, and facts for the advancement of knowledge. So, once a researcher wants to conduct research, what does he look into? First, a researcher looks into his interest, which area he or she wants to select. Then the researcher goes through the broader area, sees various variables, and finally comes to a conclusion of the specific area where the researcher wants to take up the research. So, along with the guide, along with the guidance of the supervisor, the next step is the researcher identifies the problem. How the researcher will identify the problem? The researcher goes through so many review of literature. Many review of literature are seen by the researcher. Then there is a kind of clarity. Okay, this is my area, this is my variable, and these are the problems related to my variable. Now I do want to do my research in that particular area, be it anything, be it related to educational administration, special education, inclusive education, any kind of research. Then this researcher steps into the core area, the heart of the research, where the researcher takes in his hand methodology. What kind of method the researcher is going to take? Is he going to take a qualitative research, or he is going to take a quantitative research? So this can be decided based on the sample what the researcher is going to take in his or her hand. So this particular workshop, we are focusing on the research tools. So that itself indicates us that how important are research tools in a research. So as I told you, this research can be a qualitative research, this can be a quantitative research. If it is going to be a qualitative research, then the researcher will take up an ethnography study, grounded theory, case studies, phenomenological studies, or a narrative research, which will have the emerging methods. The tool which the researcher is going to take to administer for his research may be an open-ended question, it may be an interview, it may be an observation, it may be a document, it may be audio visual data, text and image analysis, themes, patterns, interpretations. So as a student, as a scholar, they have a lot of confusion. Initially they have the problem in identifying the problem itself. They will have a lot of passion towards research, but they will not know the way to move forward. So the researcher should be crystal clear in the steps moving forward, because you have to complete your research in a period of 2 years or 3 years. So you have to plan your research accordingly. So while planning your research, you are identifying the problem and you're deciding upon your methodology. So based on your methodology, based on your sample, you will be constructing your tool. The construction of tool is very, very important, where it should not have any bias. The scholar should have ample knowledge before starting to even construct a tool. So they should know what does a tool exactly mean, how important it is to conduct a research with an effective tool. Say, for example, if it is going to be a quantitative method, the researcher will take survey, experimental, predetermined, instrument based questions, performance data, attitude, observational, census, statistical analysis, and statistical interpretation. So once the researcher has decided, okay, this is my research and this is my sample. So based on the sample, based on the problem, you will be selecting your methodology. Say, for example, if you are taking an experimental study of 20 students, then yes, you can have your interview. You can conduct interview with the 20 students. That interview can be a structured interview or an unstructured interview. If suppose it is a structured interview, then you will have a number of questions, say 10 to 20 questions. You will ask them and you will record it. But if it is going to be an unstructured interview, then you will give space for the participant to give their views. Out of their views, you will arise a new question and you will get more data, more information from them. So if you are taking 20 sample, yes, you will take up interview. If your study is for 20,000, then is it possible for a person to take interview? Definitely not. So we will go for a survey research. So we will start collecting the data through questionnaires, which will be sent in email, which will be sent in a person as a copied copies in hand, or it could be through the postal. So now during the pandemic, yes, we did have so many problem, but we did not stop doing research. So we had the Google forms where we created the questionnaire in the Google form, we circulated in email, and we got the data is collected from all over the places wherever we want. So this research tool is used for collection of data. So we should be very prompt in choosing a correct tool. That is very important. Be it a qualitative or a quantitative method, or even a mixed method. So you're going to mix both the methods. So predetermined and emerging method, which has both open and closed ended questions, multiple forms of data drawing on all possibilities, statistical and text analysis, across databases interpretation. So be it qualitative, be it quantitative, or a mixed quasi method, but the tool you're going to use must cater the need of the sample. So it should be a good tool that will find out the problem, solution to the problem, where when you interpret the data, when you interpret it numerically, you will have to get the result out of it. So authenticity of the tool is very, very important. So the tool may be a questionnaire and schedule, it may be a rating scale, it may be an attitude scale, it may be a checklist, tests, and inventories. If you are having to take up attributes, psychological attributes, you can take up n number of samples, say 1,000 samples, 500 samples. You can have inventories, you can have attitude scale, you can have rating scale for all, for more number of datas. But if it is going to be less number, if your sample is less, then you can go for interviews, you can go for group discussion, you can go for field learning, field collecting data from the field. So the it is in the hands of the researcher, like what is his sample, what is the need for the sample, and how you could extract the data from the sample. So you should see in such a way as a researcher which is feasible, where you get the good result, the exact details of that particular sample, whatever you want to gain. So these are the tools of data collection. So that's why I said it is in the hands of the researcher. Human mind as a tool for research. So we have got collected the data from the tool which we have administered, instrument which have administered. Those data will help us to interpret, to give a solution to the problem. So there will be research questions, there will be hypothesis. It is depending upon your data, it is depending upon the authenticity of the data, that either your hypothesis is going to get rejected or selected, either you are going to get the answer for your research question. So a student, while taking up a research tool, they should have logical thinking. It is their own study, they know their own sample. So keeping their sample in their mind, they should think over before framing the tool. They should have inductive reasoning, they should have critical thinking, and there should be scientific method where the scholar has analytical thinking, analyzing, decision making, finding the inference, and concluding the result. It is not that a researcher is always dependent on the standardized tools. Yes, we do have a lot of standardized tools which we find for all areas of education in all fields. But whatever this tool we are adopting, it should match, it should cater the need of our sample. That is more important. For example, I could tell you, like my PhD thesis topic was special education teachers' perception of children with attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So, for this, there are n number of standardized tools around the world. And if, many people have given tools, and even DSM has given a standardized tool for all the ADHD children which can be evaluated. But when I constructed my tool, I kept in my mind that what will be useful for me, keeping in mind the culture of my country, the need of my students in India, specifically in and around Tamil Nadu. All these things I kept in mind, and then I constructed my tool. Say, for example, even in DSM 4, if I'm going to take, there are some parameters for conducting this, this kind of administering the tool. And if you go for a demographic variable of a foreign study, it will be written there, the mother has the habit of, you know, smoking, or, consuming alcohol. These questions, do you think I can put up here in my study, which is irrelevant? So this practice is not there. So certain things we should consider: the ethical values, what about our culture. So keeping those things in mind, you have to frame your tool. It is not that you read here and there few questions from various tools and you put something together, cook up something together and make a tool. It is not the way we should construct the tool. We should understand the sample first. We should have a clear understanding of the sample. Then, what are the points to consider before constructing the tool? There must be clarity of language. So, when you are writing the statement of the tool, you should not see that you show all your English fluency or your expertise in the statement. You should see to that statement, when read by your sample, whether they can understand it, whether they give clarity of that language. Then singleness of purpose. Your purpose should be to the core, exactly what you need. You have to ask such a prompt question so that you get the exact good answer. Then your tool should be to strictly adhering to your objective of the study. What is your objective of your study? It should be relevant to it. It should have good correct grammar. This is very important. So some tools you will be asking about the present, some about the past. So see to that what kind of grammar you use in your tool. Then, as I told you, there are standardized tool which can be used for the study, but those standardized tools also can be modified by the researcher according to his own study, his own need of the study. But the thing is, we are supposed to give the citation. We are supposed to give the from where we are taking the standardized tool and how we have modified it. So there are techniques of data collection. For be it qualitative or quantitative, we can use these techniques. One can have interview. If it is a small group, you can have interview. For case study, you can take up an interview. It can be a structured or an unstructured interview. Again, observation. If you want to study any kind of, say, some behavioral disorder of a person, you can do observation study. That observation can be an active or a passive, like with knowing, telling them also. Sometimes observations we can take, or without the sample knowing that we are observing them, that also could be done. Then the projective method of collecting the data, sociometric, where the particular person, if we want to see their social behavior, how they are accommodating with others, the interpersonal relationships, then you can go for a sociometric study. So how will you select criteria for selection of a good tool? So what is it? So there must be validity, reliability, objectivity, adequacy, usability, and discrimination power. These things should be taken into account when we are ready to conduct a study, to administer our tool. Our tool should have all these aspects: validity of the tool, the validity of a test concerns what the test measures and how well it does. The reliability of the tool, test reliability is the consistency of scores obtained. Objectivity of the tool. A test is objective when the examiner's personal judgment does not affect the scoring. This is very important. When we are constructing our tool, we should not influence the person who is administering our tool. So the statements should be clear, that it should be open, and the person who is taking up the questioner, he should feel free. His mind should be free. He should not be influenced by our thoughts. So the statements should be very clear. It should have a simple language, And most of all is most of our researchers, the mistake we do mostly is we collect also the demographic variable. We collect certain data related to demographic variable along with the tool. Sometimes we miss certain demographic variable, so we should see to that also, so that like we cannot go again, we cannot revert back to again to those 1,000 people for collecting one single data from them, be it their age, or be it some important maybe the one question stating that how many conferences have you attended or how many workshops have you attended. So when you are constructing the tool, you should be very clear what are all the relevant questions you want to ask as demographic variable. So those questions also you should put up in such a way that it gives a clear picture of that sample. So, usability of the tool. How should the tool be? It should be ease of administration, ease of scoring, ease of interpretation, and economy. So, the researcher should know how to give scoring and how to interpret the data and how to give justification for his data, whatever he has attained. Some people will get the values, they will have the t value, they will have the f value, they will have all values in hand, but they will not know how to interpret the data. That is where most of the researchers are lacking. So you should know how to interpret the data, how why you are rejected, why this hypothesis is accepted, or how you are going to address the research question. So seeing the data, you should be able to interpret it in a better way. So it should be easy for the people who are taking up the questionnaire. See, in this fast world, nobody is ready to spare their time more than 15 or 20 minutes. So you should be smart enough. Your tool should be that very effective that it has a less number of questions, but where you gather more information. So there is no people ready to read, line two to three lines for one question. So your question, your statement should be simple, understandable, and to the core. Do not beat around the bush in your tool. That is your questionnaire. So, adequacy of the tool is a prerequisite to reliability as well as validity. Discriminating power, an ability to pick out good from poor and to detect or measure small differences in achievement. So, this tool should clearly state the achievement. Even if it is going to be a small difference, we should be able to predict it easily through the discriminating power. So, when we talk about research, when we talk about construction of tool, so all this we do for what? For the development of the nation, for the development of higher education. So there are certain implication of national education policy 2020. It clearly states whatever research we do, it should process the authenticity. So that's why I said your tool should be authentic. If it is authentic, then only we will receive the final result, which will be relevant to the society, to help the society to come out of the problem. So, as a researcher, we identify the problem, we try to give so many interventions for the problem, we collect the data through the tools. Finally, we need some kind of recommendations for that problem. So, when the research is effective, when it is authentic, then we can give the recommendation. So, a researcher should be very careful while administering, while constructing his tool. There should be no bias. It should be a good statement where any person, any sample relevant to that particular study, when they read the tool, they should be feel easy to answer for that particular survey, be it any kind of tool, be it a interview or a field work or a questionnaire, or be it a personality related tools, anything. So now national education policy is focusing more on research. So it has stated that research has to be taken place in all higher educations all over India, and there should be multidisciplinary approach. so that every field we have the research where there is a collaborative research taking place, and also the community based participatory research. Hope all must be knowing about the community based, the wherever the university is placed, around the university, certain rural places, say about 5 villages should be adopted, and their community problems has to be traced by the researchers, and certain methods to identify the problem and to find the solution for the problem should be taken up. For such kind of things, this tool is very very important. So through the tool only a researcher can find out the problems and can identify, can also give, interpret and give the remedy for those problems. And also in UG level, in our colleges and higher education institutions, right now itself they have started taking projects and research in the final year, so that the students get the knowledge about research at early ages itself, even before they enter into proper research in the PhD. So at UG level itself, they have started, and there is also called the multiple entry and exit option, which is created in our new education policy 2020. So a student can enter into a course. If he is interested, he can continue, or he can switch over to the other course. Suppose he is in the first year, he gets a certificate. In the second year, he gets a diploma. Third year, he finishes with the degree. And fourth year, the course is extended for research. So once the student is taking up the research in the fourth year, definitely he can straight away go forward in his PhD, for his PhD, for his research. So such changes itself is taking place in the structure of the system itself. Even in school education, we had 10 plus 2 plus 3. Now it is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. Same way now, even in higher education, changes will be there. And now our no more MPhils we have. So straight away with masters, a student can go for the research. This is because at master level itself, we started introducing research to the students. So a researcher should be clear about his work, about his tool, what he is going to conduct, what is his sample. So the tool should match the needs of the sample. It should be strictly adhering to the objectives. If you want to get a better outcome, the tool has to adhere to the objective of the study. So that's all for my keynote. Today, I think we will have more insights, more of learning in the forthcoming workshop with our professor. So I thank the Mandsaur University for giving me such a great opportunity to talk about construction of a tool, how important it is in research. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation was very good. We enjoyed it a lot. You have given very comprehensive introduction of research and research tool. Now,
Thank you.
I would like to introduce Professor Shoeb sir. He has worked as a senior professor in Jamia Millia Islamia. He has served as a head of the Department of Teacher Training and Non-Formal Education, IAISE, Jamia Millia Islamia. He worked as Honorary Director State Resource at Jamia Millia Islamia. He has been associated with several universities and state and central sponsored projects like Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan. He has been also one of the prominent member of Regional Committee NCTE 2008-2009. His area of specialization is teacher education and science education. He guided more than 20 PhD scholars. He has published dozens of books and hundreds of research papers. Last but not least, Professor Shoeb is known for his quantitative approach. He has significant age and great expertise in the area of measurement and evaluation. This is my honor to invite Honorable Professor Shoeb Abdullah sir to enlighten us on development of research tool. It is over to you, sir.
Uh, Thank you. Uh, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Qadri, for the nice words, and to the university for giving me this opportunity to interact with so many budding researchers. It will be really a pleasure to interact with all of you. So, friends, without going into taking time, I'm coming to the main topic which has been assigned to me. As you may be, we all know that the topic for the first session is tool construction. I have planned this in this manner. My plan of presentation is that first we'll be giving few minutes to understand the meaning of test, classification of the test, purpose and objectives, and characteristics of the test. And then we will come to general steps of test construction, which include planning of the test, item creation for the test, tryout of the test, and finally evaluating the test. I would be happier if I were given a particular tool to talk about, but as the topic is rather general and I have to talk about in general about the tool construction, I will be talking specifically about achievement test, questionnaire, Likert type scale, interview, and observation. As other tools have already been mentioned in the previous talks, and all of you may be knowing that there are n number of tools. It is not possible for me to cover all of them in the given time, so I'll be focusing on these tools only. But whatever is said about these tools, that lot of that can hold for the other tools as well. So the researchers who are employing or using other tools may also uh, be benefited, I hope, to some extent. So please bear with me because it is not possible to really cover all the steps. And I thought will be better to go in some detail about few of the tools rather than just mentioning the names of the tools, because that will not, in my humble opinion, serve the purpose of this uh, particular workshop. So please bear with me. So friends, the this being the plan of presentation. I hope the board is visible to you or not. Yes, please. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, because I'll be using it. So, yeah. Now, as we generally understand, the dictionary meaning of the test is series of questions on the basis of which some information is sought. Now, this is the dictionary meaning. Or we can say when we use a tool in a research, then what really mean by a test is that it is a standardized procedure to measure quantitatively or quantitatively or both quantitatively and qualitatively one or more aspect of a trait by means of a sample of verbal or non-verbal behavior. So we can say that it is a tool or a test is organized succession of a stimuli. In this case, the stimuli may be the items of the test. And these items are organized in a certain sequence based on some principle of construction. So there has to be a principle or a set of principles for constructing a tool, and based on that, items of the tool are organized. And both qualitative and quantitative measurements are possible with these tools. Or even a same trait may be measured by both the tools, or both type of tools may be used to study the same trait. For example, a reading ability test may be constructed, and we may measure the reading ability quantitatively with the help of that test, or we may not take, we may not administer such a test, but ask students to read a given passage or given text, and on the basis of average performance, we can classify that these students have a better ability among the other students as compared to the other students of the class, or these are the students who have a sort of slightly or marginally or qualitatively they have performed lower in this test. So these could be the ways. So we can see that both type of test, quantitative as well as qualitative, both can be used to study the same measure. Now we come to the test can be classified in various ways, like criteria of administrative conditions, like the examples are individual test and group test. A test can be applied to a group of people, like say an achievement test and questionnaire, etc., are mostly applied on a group, whereas the psychological test or performance test are generally administered to each individual of the sample separately. Similarly, tests can also be classified on the basis of the method which is used for scoring. Your test may consist of purely objective type items, where we know that the scoring is 100% objective, or it may be a subjective type of, a test where the scoring is subjective, like an essay type test or many other such tests. Then there can be a power test like intelligence test, or there can be a speed test where the emphasis is on measuring the speed in a given specified time. Whereas in power test, the time is rather flexible, or we are lenient with time. Then we may have verbal and non-verbal performance or non-language test. So these are the various. In a verbal type of test, the abilities to read and write, etc., are explicitly measured, whereas in a non-verbal test, these abilities are measured only up to some extent, but the dominant part is non-verbal, and then there can be non-language test where a person is not required to use language at all. So depending upon for what purpose we are using the test, we can make use of any of such type of test. And as far as purpose and objective of the test are concerned, so there can be various uses of tests. There can be a test which can be used to measure the intelligence. There can be a test which can be used to measure the aptitude or interest or attitude, or there can be a test to measure the achievement or any other such trait. Now, for a good tool or a good test should have the following uh, characteristics. Number one is objectivity, and objectivity with respect to items as well as in terms of scoring. Then, of course, it should be reliable and valid. So reliability and validity are, of course, the important characteristics of a test or a tool. And then it should have well-defined norms. That is, in terms of average performance, we know that how a person differs from the average performance. If he is below, how much one is below or above the average performance. So we will discuss how to get the norms for a given test, and of course its practicability, because if a tool is very good, but it is not possible for us to make use of it in a convenient manner, then of course that tool is of not much use to us. So these are, the few words were for the sake of, say, an introduction. Now we come to the main crux of the subject matter, which is tool construction. That how do we construct a particular tool, which is the main focus of our discussion. The major steps for constructing a test are: the first step is planning the test. Test or tool, whatever you call it. Then, second step is item creation. Third step is try out of the test. And finally, the fourth step is evaluating the tool. These are the four major steps of construction of any tool, one can say. And planning the test involves what are our objectives, for what purpose we are constructing a tool. Then test specification, that we specify that what type of items are being included in the test. We will talk about it in a little while. And then these are the two main steps in planning the test. Then, of course, item creation, try out, and evaluation. So now I will be talking about in that how we go about these steps. And as for they are similar but not exactly identical in all type of tools, because It will depend upon the nature of tool as well. The step will be the same, but what we include and how we go about that particular step, that may vary from one particular tool to another tool. So now I will take the a particular tool to begin with, and I will be taking the achievement test. As being the student of education, we are more familiar with the achievement test, and we all know how to construct it, and we might have administered it again. We might have used it when we were B.Ed students, or if we have taught at any level, or we may be having some idea about it, I'm sure. So I will be just revising it from the point of view of elaborating these steps so that we understand these steps and will be able to apply in other cases as well, for other tools as well. So this is the first step I will be considering. So now I take up the first tool, that is, which we call achievement test. As we have already said, that I've already said that the first step is planning, and which needs clearly stating the tools, the objectives for which the test is being constructed. So, for constructing an achievement test, or for that matter, any other tool, we first have to be very clear about the objectives or the purpose which we expect the tool to serve. What purpose will be served, and what actually we want to get by administering the tools, or the data we collect are going to collect through with the help of the tool. So how will it is going to help us? So we have to be very specific and very clear in framing our objectives. These are specific. Say in relation to a particular achievement test, they have to be very specific that what are the various the content area you want to test, what are the abilities you want to test, or whatever else. I'll be coming to it in a minute as well. So we have to very clearly write the objectives. Suppose we are constructing an, say, achievement test in arithmetic for, say, primary classes, second or third class. Then we very clearly say that the objective is to test whether students are able to multiply a single digit, a two-digit number with a single digit correctly or not, or a two-digit number with a two-digit number, and so on and so forth. Whatever we wish to really find out with the help of that particular test. Because once we very specifically write our detailed objectives, we will be constructing the items so that those objectives are achieved. So we will be constructing the items to match our objectives. And therefore, it is very important that we very clearly mention, or we very clearly state what are our objectives. So this is the first step. Next comes the test specification. Now, this is a very important step for constructing any tool. I will be discussing it in the context of achievement test here. See, when we say that we are going if suppose as a teacher, you announce in the classroom that you are going to give a test to your students, naturally the students' first reaction will be that they will ask that what type of test will it be, when it will be held, what will be the content. All such questions are natural. What will be the time given? What will be the total marks? So all these things have to be specified before constructing the test. So this is at the one stage. Sometimes if there is an agency which is asking you to prepare a test, they may give you the guidelines. Your examination office may send these guidelines that this should be a 3-hour test, it should contain such type of questions, or this is the content area, or whatever. But if we are ourselves as a researcher constructing a tool, we have to decide what content area we are choosing and how much questions we will include in it, and then how much time will be allotted for it, and all those things. Once we have decided these things, then we come to the further specifications of the test or design of the test. Now we design the test in the light of the specifications we have already made. Now, design of the test includes various, which we call blueprints. And there are several things which have to be decided. First is that we decide the weightage which will be given to different content areas. Weightage to, say, content areas or constituent units. Suppose there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units which are included, then what, and say the total marks, if suppose for the test are 100, then what weightage will be given to each of these units? Whether there will be equal weightage to all the units, or there may be different weightage to the different units depending upon the need. Say, if suppose I take marks as 50, then I say, suppose that 10 marks are given to every unit. For me, I am assuming that each unit contains is equal weightage, and so I am allotting average weightage, but it's not necessary that we will always be doing the same, depending upon the importance of the particular unit, depending upon the say length and difficulty uh, of the particular unit, the weightage may differ. Then, as not only weightage to constituent units, but then we also have to consider weightage to different instructional objectives. Here I am saying instructional objectives as I am talking about the achievement test. If it is any other tool, it can be the type of objectives which relate to that particular tool. Generally, the objectives which we test can be knowledge, can be understanding, can be ability to apply. There can be certain skills which we want to test, and then there can be higher order thinking as well, which we call HOT. So, depending upon the level of the class and the nature of the subject, we can decide that what weightage we will be giving to each of these. Suppose I say knowledge I will give 15%, understanding whatever, and so on and so forth, so that those 50 marks are distributed among these five, or if you want to add any other specific instructional objectives, you can add that also. These are the general ones which are most of the time considered, so I have taken them as an example. Now, if it is not an achievement test, then again, what are the different objectives? You can again decide what weightage you will be giving to both of them. Now, once we have already given weightage to the different units and the instructional objectives, we have to combine the two, because each unit we have to test knowledge, we have to test understanding, application ability, skills if any, and if higher order thinking if any we wish to test. So we have to combine these two. And they may be combined in this manner that we have objective and we have content. So content unit, say objective is knowledge, understanding, application, skills, and thought. Content is unit 1, unit 2, and so on. Now for unit 1, I have suppose that there are 20 marks. So total is 20. So how these 20 marks are distributed among these 5 objectives which I am considering for the time being. Certainly it is not necessary that we consider only these 5 or all these 5. So I can write, suppose I say from unit 1, I will have knowledge of 5 marks, understanding of 5 marks, application ability, again of 5 marks, no skill is there, which can be tested through a paper pencil type test in this unit. So, and 5 marks for higher order thinking abilities. And again, for the second unit, how these, I have taken 20 marks for the second unit also. So how those 20 marks will be distributed among these 5, and so on and so forth. So we combine the two. But beside these two types of specifications, we also have to consider other specifications when we are designing our test. Say what type of questions we are going to use, whether we will be using long answer type, we will be using short answer type, we will be using very short answer type, or we will be using objective type questions. So what type of questions we are going to use? So that could be the third blueprint, that is weightage to form of types of questions. Say long answer, short answer, very short answer, and objective. Then what will be the marks for each question and number of questions and total marks. Suppose in the test of 50 questions, I decide that I will be giving long answer question. Each long answer question will be allotted 5 marks, and there will be 3 long answer questions, and total marks will be 15. Similarly, for short answer type, I decide that there will be marks for each question will be 2, number of questions may be 10, so total is 20. For very short answer, I decide that each item will contain 1 marks. There will be 10 very short answer type questions, so the total marks will be 10. 15, 20, 35, 10, 45. And I will say that there will be 1 mark for each objective type questions, number of question 5, so the total number is 5. And I mean, again, this is just given as an example. There can be any distribution, or it is not necessary that in a particular test all the forms are included. You may have a purely objective type test as well, or a test which contains only 1 or 2 types of questions. That is up to you, depending upon the need for which you are objectives, for which you are constructing the test. This is just as an illustration or example. Then there is another thing which we have to take into account, and that is weightage to difficulty level. That how many questions you want to put in your test which you consider easy, how many you wish to have which are of average difficulty, and how many you wish to have which are of higher difficulty. So again, you can classify them into 3 areas: difficult, average, and easy. So what weightage or how many marks will be given for difficult questions, for average questions, and for easy questions? That again up to you, that you decide, and it varies on the basis of the purpose for which you are considering the test. Say it is a normal classroom test, then you may have sort of, depending upon the performance of the class, you can decide that what weightage will you give to each of them. But if it is a competitive examination test, then of course you will have to have more proportion of difficult questions, and depend on so on and so forth. So depending upon your nature of the test or the purpose of the test, you can decide what type of test you are using. So now these are the various criterion, and one more point which we have to take into account, whether, because it is in relation to achievement test only, or a test which you administer in the classroom, but otherwise it is something which is not generally included in any, because sometimes in a particular achievement test which you administer in a normal classroom, you also tend to give uh, some choice. So if that is to be given, you have to decide where it will it be given. In principle, it should not be given, but if you think for some reason that you wish to do so, then you have to decide that in how many questions or in what type of questions you are going to provide that particular choice or alternative, whatever you want. Now we have to combine all these to prepare our final blueprint, which will look like the following. So we can have objectives like knowledge, understanding, application, skills, thought. In knowledge, we can have a long answer, a short answer, a very short answer, and of course, objective type. And then we can have unit 1, and similarly, all these columns will have 4 subcolumns, and then unit 1. Now I write that from unit 1, I will have objective type, 5 objective type questions having testing knowledge, or say 1 year, 2, whatever, depending upon the nature of the blueprints you have prepared earlier. So now I know that from unit 1, I have to construct 2 knowledge type questions, 2 questions testing knowledge, which will be objective type. Now this is what this blueprint will indicate. When I fill all these columns, I will have a complete chart or complete design of the test I want to use. The only thing left is that I have to decide that which of them will be easier one, which of them will be the difficult one, and which of them will be of moderate difficulty. Suppose I say for application, long answer, short answer, very short answer, and objective. I have one question. I say that it will be of, I use some indicator, say 2 stars, which indicate that it will be of moderate difficulty. There will be similarly in understanding, there will be one question which will be difficult, and so on and so forth. So, depending upon the blueprint I have already prepared, I indicate that also here. And if I have decided to give a choice, I put a C here, that in this question, I will be giving choice. That means I have to prepare not one, but 2 such type of questions. So this is how we prepare the blueprint. And once this blueprint is there, we start working on construction of items. So I'm just going to rub it out. My board work is not very neat and clean, but I'm doing it just to help you in understanding what I'm saying, because verbal expression may not be able to clarify what I actually wish to convey. And moreover, most of you will be familiar with these ideas already. So I'm just hurrying up because I feel that you will be familiar. I have given them just for the sake of completion and for just to illustrate that the same kind of ideas or concepts can be used for preparing other tools as well. Now coming to the construction of test items. Now, no matter which tool you are constructing a questionnaire, you are constructing an opinion eye, you are constructing an observation schedule or a interview schedule which is restricted type or which is, then in that case you have to frame questions. So while framing questions, what are the various important points which we have to keep in our mind? This is the focus of this, of what I'm going to say now. First, I will be doing it in the context of achievement test. And then we will come to other tools as well. If we first take the construction of the objective type test items, because in most of the tools we generally consider, and especially when we are interested in the quantitative research, then as our sample is large, we generally construct a tool consisting of objective type items. So we should first understand what are the finer points which we have to keep in mind while constructing an objective type test item. We know that an objective type test item is the one for which there is 100% objectivity in evaluating that particular answer. No matter who evaluates the answer, whether you evaluate or your colleague evaluates or the person who has administered the test is himself or herself evaluates, or even if a machine evaluates, the score should be the same. That is what the objectivity means. And for that, there has to be one and only one correct answer of an objective type test item, because so that the same answer gets the full marks and any other marks answer doesn't get any marks. Generally, an objective type test item is allotted, assigned 1 mark. So if a particular answer, which is supposedly the correct answer, is the one given by the examinee, then he is given 1 mark for that particular answer, and if any other answer is given, then he is given no marks, 0 mark. There is nothing in between. No, you cannot give half a mark or something like that. Either it should be 1 or it should be 0. So either there is a correct answer for which 1 mark is given, or there is a incorrect answer for which no marks or 0 marks is given. Now, that means the objective type questions should have one and only one answer. Now, they are mainly of two types. One is the supply type, where the person or the examinee is supposed to supply the answer. Like you ask a question, what is the name of the inverter of the aeroplane? Now there is only one answer to this particular question. Or what is the formula for hydrochloric acid? So these are the questions for which there is only one correct answer. The person himself or herself has to supply the answer. No options are given to the respondents. Or these short answer, supply types could be of the completion type also, where you give a blank which is to be filled by the person who is responding to that particular test and who is a respondent. Like first battle of Panipat was fought in dash dash dash. Now he has to fill the day. So that is the kind of supply types, and these are also objective types because they have one and only one correct answer. And then there are selection types in which answers are supplied to the respondent or to the examinee, and he has to select or choose the correct answer from the ones which are supplied by the examiner. And we know the various forms of the of the selection types. The easiest one is true, false, or alternative response type, where a person has to indicate according to the given instruction that if a statement which is given is correct or incorrect, right or wrong. Either he has to put a tick or a cross, or he has to put a T or F, true or false, whatever may be the instruction. That is the true false type. Then the second and the most commonly used type of the objective type questions is multiple choice type, where a set of responses are given for each questions and one has to select the correct answer from those given set of alternatives. Generally, in most of the cases, 4 alternatives are given. It is not necessary that one should always give the 4 alternatives. One, depending upon the nature of the test and the level at which you are administering the test, you may reduce or increase the number of options as well. But whatever may be the number of options, they should be same in all questions. One cannot do that in one multiple choice question. There are 4 choices, and the other one there are only 3 choices, and in some one there are 5 choices. Because if you increase the number of choices, some difficulty level also increases, and each question is carrying same weightage, so you cannot do so. Therefore, it is important that you keep the number of alternatives same in all the questions. And the last type is the matching type, which is again basically all selection type questions are multiple choice questions. In the true false type, the choices are only 2. In the multiple choice type questions, choices are generally 4. And then in the matching type questions, we know there is one column which has to be matched against the other column. If the column A contains, say, 5 entries and column B contains 7 entries, then for each one in the column 1, there are 7 choices. So the multiplicity of the choices increases. Otherwise, it is also a multiple choice type question. Now, what are the various points which we have to consider when we are constructing these type of questions? Now, it is very difficult to construct a supply type question which is truly objective, because as we know, the objectivity means there has to be one and only one correct answer. Now suppose I ask a student, say a 9th or 10th class science student, in a science test, that what type of wave is light? Or light is dash 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 wave. Now we know that the answer can be light is a transverse wave, and the answer could also be the light is electromagnetic wave. Both the answers are correct, and a student may write one of them. But for this question being truly objective, there has to be only one correct answer. There cannot be two correct answers. So you have to give a blank, such a blank which can be filled correctly by one and only one word or set of words. So you have to make it very sure that only one word or one set of words can fill the blank correctly, which is very difficult to really find out in most of the cases, as the example I have just given. Then suppose who is the author or who gave theory of relativity? Now, the correct answer is Einstein. But one may write Einstein, another person may write Albert Einstein, third person may write, instead of Albert, he say Robert Einstein, or maybe n number of answers can be supplied. Half of them may be correct or some of them may not be correct. But you can say that Albert Einstein is the correct answer, but one who has given the Einstein only, he has also given the correct answer. So how you differentiate between the two? Then unless instead of one, you give two blanks, that means you are asking for the first name as well as for the second name. And this question will contain not 1 mark, but 2 marks. One each for filling each of the blank correctly. So one who writes Albert Einstein will get 2 marks. One who writes Robert Einstein will get 1 mark, because there are 2 blanks. So these are 2 questions, 2 items, not 1 item. And similarly, so on. But then suppose a person writes the answer correctly, but misspell the name. Now what to do? Again, different examiners may have different opinion about it, and therefore the objectivity gets compromised. So in a true objective type test, it is better to avoid supply type questions unless they are needed for the specific purpose you are constructing the tool. So it is better to avoid them. So we will be really concentrating on selection type of questions. As we have seen, the first, the easiest or the simplest of them are the true-false type questions. Now, the points to be kept in mind while constructing true-false type of questions are the following. Number one, the first thing is that we have to keep almost an equal mix of true and false statements, because the researchers have found that if, when you put a if you know the correct answer, I forgot to mention it because I think it is obvious that the biggest problem with the objective type and objective selection type questions is guessing, because answers are already provided. So even if somebody doesn't know the correct answer, he may try to guess, and he may use any technique for guessing, maybe tossing or whatever it may be. Then, and he may uh, be able to answer the question correctly, although he doesn't know, he has only guessed it. So, and he was smart enough to guess it correctly. Uh, so therefore, it will never be the score which he obtains will not be a true reflection of his ability or performance, which was supposed to be measured by that particular test. So therefore, uh, but coming to the guessing will always be there in an objective type supply type test. A good construction of the test items can reduce the uh, this guessing, but can never eliminate the guessing 100%. So therefore, we have to be very clear that some amount of guessing will be there, and the quality of our question, the constructive test items, one of the major will be that how difficult it is to guess in this particular case. If the guessing is easier, that means we have not properly constructed the test item. And if it is very difficult or chances of guessing the correct answer are very small, then of course we can be quite confident about that particular test item which we have constructed. So in an true-false questions, we should try to keep an equal mix of true statements and false statements, for the simple reason that it has been found that when do we guess? When we don't know the correct answer. Well, if we know the correct answer, then certainly there is no need of guessing. We already know the correct answer. So in that case, what happens that if a person, we know that there are uh, generally two types of persons, one whom we call optimistic or extroverts, and there are pessimistic or introverts kind of people. Those who are optimistic, they tend to put a tick if uh, they are guessing. And similarly, those who are pessimistic by nature, they tend to put a cross when they are guessing. So if there are more true type of statements, the test will go in favor of those who are optimistic by nature, and vice versa. And our purpose is not testing the temperament of anybody. We are testing the knowledge or whatever the performance with the help of this test. So therefore, there should be equal mix of uh, right and wrong answers. Then we should also avoid the general statements. Like I say, state is India is governed, is always governed by a chief minister. Or I say all solids expand on melting, or their volume increases on melting. Now we know that these are in India, as per the Indian Constitution, true, a state is governed by a chief minister, but in case of the governor rule, the state is not governed by chief minister, it is governed by the governor. So therefore, saying that a state is always in India is always ruled by the chief minister, it is a false statement. Similarly, we know there is only one exception, and that is ice, which contracts on melting. So again saying that all solids increases in volume on melting is not correct. So whenever there are words like all, always, never, they are more often than not likely to be wrong, because there is always, or in most of the cases, a rule of exception holds. There are one or two or few exceptions to all such generalized statements. So we should not put these kind of generalized statements. We should avoid the use of words like all, always, never, and such other words when we are constructing the true-false type of questions. Similarly, we should not put two ideas in the same statement, like saying a worm cannot see because it has simple eyes. Now, this is a wrong statement for the simple reason because worm does not have simple eyes. But one person may mark it correctly, that is, say that it is a false statement because he or she feels that a worm can see. So although he has answered it correctly, apparently he has answered it correctly, but he was not knowing the actual answer or the reason for the statement to be wrong. So therefore, these type of statements should not be mixed together. Then we come to, if we keep these small points in mind, then we will be able to better construct the true false type of questions if we are interested in including them in our test. Then in the multiple choice questions, we know that there are four answers. Four alternatives are given. The first thing is that we should not provide any clue to the examinee, whether with the help of the stem of the questions or the question, whatever you call it, or the options which are given. Suppose now I write a statement. Statement is instrument which measures current is called an ammeter, voltmeter, galvanometer, potentiometer. Now somebody who doesn't know the answer to this question but his English is so good that he knows that N, if I have written here N, then it gives us the clue that the answer will start with a vowel. So there is only one option which starts with the vowel. So the correct answer is M. So he or she is able to guess the correct answer because of the flaw in the stem. That stem was providing the clue. So we should avoid, we should make sure that no such clue is being provided. And so either we should not write anything here. We may write N or A or A or A with our options, not in the stem. Because if we write it in the stem, it provides the clue. So we should make sure that no such thing happens, that no clue is being provided. Then all our destructors should have the equal distracting power, because generally one proceeds by the method of elimination, that these are the four options. This is not correct. This is certainly wrong. This is also wrong. So the choice is between B is wrong and C is wrong. So the option can be eliminated safely. So the option is between A and D. And then the chances of guessing, instead of being 25%, increase to 50%. And therefore, it is not desirable to have such questions. And we have to be sure that all the options which are given have the same distracting power, so that one cannot guess so easily. I give you a trivial example. Suppose I say that Taj Mahal is situated in, and the options are Agra, Delhi, New York, and Tokyo. Now, obviously, nobody who knows that Taj Mahal is situated in India is going to opt for Tokyo and New York. So these two are eliminated at the first stage itself. And there are only two options which are there for the person to choose from. And therefore, the probability of guessing increases from 25% to 15%, to 50%. So therefore, and moreover, suppose a person opts for Delhi, he is going to get 0 marks because it is an incorrect answer. And suppose a person, for some reason, or he is so ignorant that he opts for New York or Tokyo, he is also going to get 0 marks. But are both of them, although both of them get 0 marks, because there is no other option available to you, are both of them at the same level of ignorance? At least one person knows that Agra is in India, and the other person doesn't know even that. So they are not at the same level of ignorance, although they get the same score. So therefore, it is necessary that all our distractors should have equal power of distraction. So instead of writing Tokyo and New York, you have to write cities from India only. And moreover, the cities where the Mughals, because if somebody knows that Taj Mahal was built by Mughals, then you should have those cities where Mughal rulers have built monuments or where they have uh, a very they have ruled for a sufficient period of time. And because only then one can build a monument when one rules that particular place for a sufficient period of time. So therefore, you have to choose only, you have to give only, of course, Agra will be there as it is the correct choice, but with Agra, you have to put as distractors those cities where the Mughal rulers have ruled for a considerable period of time, or where the monument built by them are known to be present. Then the another important point which we have to keep in mind while considering while constructing true and false type of I beg your pardon, when constructing the multiple choice type of questions is that all the questions, all the options should appear similar. If one option is very short, another option is very detailed, then one may be tempted to think that a detailed answer is going to be the correct answer. Suppose I say that the water boils at 100 degrees C, 50 degrees C, 99.9 degrees centigrade at this particular pressure. Now, certainly there are more details given in the last option. So it is likely to be correct because if a person knows that pressure also affects the boiling point, and therefore in all other options no such detail is provided. Here this detail is being provided, so this is more likely to be correct. So therefore it helps in guessing. So all our options should be similar in their appearance also. And coming to the last type, that is about the matching type. In matching type, as I have already told, that is also basically a multiple choice type, but here we have to keep in mind that for each column in A, all the items out of the items given in B, one should be the correct answer and all others should be the distractors. So you cannot mix two type of things. Like I give you an example. Suppose in column A, I say formula for hydrochloric acid, unit of electric current. And in the column B, I say ampere, I say ohm, I say HCl and H2SO4. Now, certainly for electric current, ampere is the correct answer. Volt and ohm are units, so they can be distractors, but H2SO4 can never be a distractor for unit of electric current. And similarly, for formula for hydrochloric acid, ampere, volt, and ohm cannot be distractors. H2SO4 can be a distractor, and HCl is, of course, the correct answer. So, not only the correct answer should be there in the column B, but all others should be distractors. That means you cannot mix two type of things in column A. Say, if you say formula for hydrochloric acid, then all others should also be asking for formula for different acids or whatever. And similarly, if you say unit of electric current, then you should have all others as unit of potential difference, unit of force, unit of whatever, and then in column B, the various units should be given. Only then this will be the correct type of the matching type questions. So now coming to these are the few points which we may have to keep in mind while considering the while constructing the items. Once we have constructed the items, the next step is scoring and analyzing the item. Now for then coming to the short answer type and essay type questions. So far we have discussed about construction of the objective type questions. Say one thing is that there is nothing like short or there is nothing like long. It is always shorter than or longer. So instead of saying short, you cannot say write a short note on, because short note at a particular level may be of say 200 words, and at particular level it may be of 20 words. You never know. So depending upon the level, depending upon the topic, this length may vary. And whatever length of the answer you have in mind, the examinee may have a different length in mind. So it is better to specify the words, that answer it in one word or in 10 words or whatever you consider is the suitable length. And then you also first thing is that specify the length, and then try to construct the questions which have can say which are as objective as possible. So when you are considering the short answer type questions, you may ask the examinee to write one sentence or two sentences, or say write the characteristics of, or write the suppose I say write the two characteristics of A, anything, and I ask and similar question based on the similar content. I ask write two most important characteristics of A. Now, the first question is simply testing knowledge, where any two characteristics of, if named by the respondent or by the examinee, he will be given 2 marks. If one is correctly mentioned, then he will be given 1 mark. But in the second case, when you write specifically that write two important characteristics. Now, any characteristic cannot be uh, put as the answer, because each characteristic may not be equally important, and therefore, and then first question is truly objective, whereas here a certain amount of subjectivity is also introduced, because for one particular examiner, one characteristic may be very important, for another person that characteristic may not be so important. And therefore, it becomes difficult to maintain objectivity in scoring. So this is the problem which I am trying to highlight, because if you go for long answer type questions, this becomes even more evident, and the subjectivity is very, as we know, is quite uh, significant in the scoring of long answer type questions. So what one can do to avoid such problems? The answer lies in constructing a proper marking scheme. Like you say that characteristics 1, 2, 3, 4, they are the important characteristics. And preparing the marking scheme is the prerogative of the examiner. So it is the prerogative of the paper setter. Whoever sets the paper, he or she prepares the marking scheme. And therefore, if the paper setter says that A, B, C, D, these are the most important characteristics. So if the examinee has written any of these two, he will be given 2 marks or 1 mark for each of these. And E, F, and G are also important, but not as important as the other four. So if anybody writes E, F, or one of them, then for each of them he will be given half a mark. And for any other, which may be a characteristic, but not for, in the opinion of the paper setter, is not cannot be considered as an important characteristic, he will be given no marks. So that is how the marking scheme is prepared. And once the marking scheme is prepared, then on the basis of that marking scheme, no matter who is the examiner, and this becomes even more important when more than one examiners are there. So therefore, but each of the examiner is supposed to follow the marking scheme which has been prepared by the paper setter. So in order to maintain the objectivity in evaluation, we have to properly we have to have a properly prepared marking scheme. And in case of the essay type questions or long answer type questions, where a person is asked to write his views or whatever, then he has to we have to prepare a detailed marking scheme, or sometimes these are also called rubrics. So I'm trying to just spend a few minutes for explaining the construction of the rubrics, or the simplest of them. The rubrics are of several types, but I will be just briefly saying the spending few minutes on explaining the construction of the rubrics, because rubrics are the evaluation technique which are rubrics are used for evaluating most of the time when we are having a qualitative data. And as some of you may be interested in qualitative analysis, then in that case, the rubrics will help you a lot, may be of help to you. In a rubric, we first identify the traits which we are going to evaluate. And then say the traits can be, suppose you have asked a student to write an essay, then you say that an essay on environmental pollution. Now, and you say write an essay in 500 words or 100 words or 200 words, whatever may be the test limit, on environmental pollution. Then you want to specify the trait that is what is the content? What is the content? What he has said about the environmental pollution. Then, what is the what else? I want to say evaluate the content. I want to evaluate the language which has been used or the use of say scientific language. That is what I want to find out. I want to check the content, whether it is accurate or not or whatever. Then what is the scientific language? How much content has been covered? What I may also want to look for the organization of the whole presentation, and then I also want to check his presentation and whatever. So whatever traits I want to look for in that piece of essay. Then what is the performance level? And what are the indicators for that particular performance? Like I say, that for content, I want to see at least these 5 points. That when he is writing about environmental pollution, that then he mentions the types of pollution. Then he mentions the main sources of pollution or whatever. So these are the indicators, whether he has mentioned these things or not. And depending upon these, will be the performance level. If out of these 5 things which I have mentioned for as indicators for the quality of the content, then out of those 5, if he has mentioned 3 or all the 5, then he will be given, and there is a weightage for each trait. Say the content 5 marks, scientific language 2 marks, organization 1 mark, and presentation 2 marks. If there are total of 10 marks, I mean, this is just for example, there can be any distribution. So if this is what the marking scheme or the rubric says, then I say that if indicators there are 5 indicators for content. Now, if out of 5, he has written all the 5, I give 5 marks for all 5, 4 marks for 4 of them, and so on and so forth. Similarly, what will be the indicator for the science language? That what the number of scientific terms he has used, or whatever, or he has used them correctly or whatever. And similarly for all of these things, what you are going to look for. So preparing a rubric, which is in a way a detailed marking scheme, is very important for evaluating any qualitative answer. Now, after this, and moreover, an essay type questions, when you are preparing an essay type questions, it is better to avoid the use of interrogative word, because when you use the interrogative words, it is certainly many a times it is not clear to the student that what type of answer he is expected to write. Suppose you say, what is A? Now, what does it mean? You want the definition of whatever you have said. You want what kind of details you want about that A. Instead of this, if you say, instead of saying what is a say, you say define A, explain the meaning of A, or explain the meaning of A with the help of examples, or write the components of A, or whatever. Then it becomes more specific and easier to answer for the student. because then student will perceive the question in the same manner in which you want him or her to perceive it. And therefore, it is better to avoid as far as possible. I'm not saying always, but as far as possible, it is better to avoid the use of these interrogative words, and instead of these interrogative words, use action verb like explain this, or write the characteristics of, or name the components of, or explain the working of whatever. So, what exactly you want. Instead of saying what is A, you explain what exactly you want him or her to write the in place of that what. So that will make your question more objective. So therefore, instead of, so what I'm saying is that you can, in case of the long answer questions, you can restrict it in terms of length of the answer. That is, you fix the length of the answer. That write 100 words or 200 words or 500 words, whatever it may be. Or you can restrict it in terms of the content. So instead of saying what is A, leaving it totally open-ended for the examinee, if you can restrict the content, then instead of saying what is A, you say what are, name the components of A. Now he has to just write the component. He doesn't have to write anything else about it. So it is better to restrict the content and the length of the answer so that objectivity is increased. But when you increase the objectivity, on the other hand, what gets reduced is the ability of the question to test higher order abilities. Because when you are limiting it, then you are guiding the student to behave in a certain manner. And when you are leaving it open ended, when you are saying what is A, now it is for the examinee to decide what he wants to write in response to A. And that gives you an idea or an indication of his thought process, that what he considers important in relation to A. So therefore, it depends what exactly we want to know from the test. If we want to know about his higher order skills that, or about his thought process, then it is better to give open-ended questions and prepare a proper, not even a proper rubric. And that rubric should be so flexible that it takes care of various types of answers. And proper weightage is provided to particular answer. So therefore, it is very important to frame the question in relation to the objective of your particular test. It is no question can serve all the purposes. One question may test the knowledge, another question may test the higher order abilities, and the framing of the two type of questions will be totally different. The more open-ended it is, more subjectivity is there, but it is more likely to test higher order abilities. So now it is up to you that what exactly you wish to know from that particular question. Now, I don't know that I have uh, taken the time. So can I continue? We may have questions later on, or should I finish here?
सर यू हैव बेटर यू फिनिश नाउ, टाइम इज टू मच, टाइम काफ़ी हो गया है सर.
ठीक है, तो बाकी जो टूल्स हैं और वो सब हम अगले उसमें ले लेंगे. अब
यस
तक
सर,
जो
यस
बात
सर.
हुई है, अगर उसके ऊपर कोई If there are any questions, then we may have those questions, and I may have the questions, or we may answer it later on, whatever is.
Yes, dear participants, if you have any questions related to tool development, then you have to write
So whatever
in
we have
YouTube
said
chat
so far.
box. Sir will give answer. I didn't see any question in dialog box. I assume that the participants are clear and have no doubts. Before we move on second technical session, we shall break for lunch. We will start second session at 2:15 o'clock. Until
Okay.
then, you enjoy meals. Have a good day.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. First session, we have all tolerated ठीक है सर, अब लाइव कर दीजिए। ओके। Respected sir, dear participants, good afternoon and welcome back in One Day E-National Workshop. In the first session, we got complete information related to tool development. And now in this session, we will learn about validation of research tool. So now I would like to hand over the session to Professor Shoeb Abdullah. Sir, it is up to you
Okay.
now.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, friends, we were talking about the construction of the achievement test. Now, I will be finishing the discussion about the achievement test because this is what we will be requiring for other tools as well. So, I will be quickly moving to the other tools, and then after 10-15 minutes, we will be coming to the validation part of it. We have already talked about the planning of the test, that is deciding the objectives and the test specification, that is various blueprints. These blueprints you will require in all the tools. Objectives you will require in all the tools. The specification may be different, but some specification will be there. That what are the traits, what are the various dimensions, what weightage you give to each of the trait, what weightage you give to each of the different dimensions, and so on and so forth. And then the, of course, appropriate types, what we'll be using, what kind of items you will be using. All will be multiple choice, or all will be open-ended or close-ended, or whatever it may be. And then item creation. And most of the tools we use objective type test items. So I have already talked about in some detail about the objective type test items. And in objective test items, you have to give the proper instructions as well, that how one is supposed to indicate one's answer. And then once you have uh, prepared the test, you administer the test in the proper conditions, and then the first step is the tryout, that you administer the test on a small part of your chosen sample. And then after trying out, you evaluate. And for that, you take up item analysis. I hope you are all familiar with the item analysis, that is finding out the difficulty value and the discriminating index, and on the basis of that we reject or select the item when difficulty value and discriminating index both are in the prescribed range, that is difficulty value is between 25% and 75%, and discriminating index is between 0.2 and 0.8. When both the criteria are satisfied, we accept the answer, the item, otherwise we reject the items. And then we calculate the reliability and validity. I'll be coming to this part a little later. Then once we have analyzed the test or our tool, then we comes to development of norms. These norms could be age specific, they could be the age equivalent norms. You can construct grade equivalent norms. Just to explain what is the difference between the two, age equivalent is, suppose you are considering the uh, intelligence test, then you administer it on say 6-year-old uh, children, and you find out what is the average score. That is the norm for the class 6, 6-year-old. Now you administer the same test on the 7-year-old, and again you find the mean score. That is the norm for the class 7th, and so on and so forth. Similarly, you may construct, depending upon your need, grade equivalent norms. Suppose you have constructed an arithmetic ability test. You administer it on class 6, you administer it on, again find the mean score, and then that is the norm for the class 6. You administer the same test on the class 7, you find the mean score, and again you do the same thing. That is the norm for the class 7. The most commonly used norms are the percentile norms or percentile rank norms. Percentile norms means that you find out that you arrange all the scores, all the respondents in order of merit, and then you find out what percentage of students lie a particular score of a student. Suppose out of 100, a student has got 60 marks, and among 200 students, there are 100 students who are below them. That means 50% students are below him, have scored less than 60. That means his percentile rank is 50%, and so on and so forth. So you can find out the percentile norm, that out of 200, 100 is the, or 120, if there are 100 students below 120, then 120 is the percentile norm, and percentile rank, corresponding percentile rank is 50%, and so on and so forth. The other norms which are used are standard score norms. I hope you are familiar with the standard score. The most commonly standard score is the Z score. So we convert where Z is defined as x minus m upon sigma, where x is the raw score, the score obtained by the student in the test, m is the mean of the group, and sigma is the standard deviation. So you can convert the Z score into the X scores into Z scores, and then you can establish the Z norms. So these are I'm excluding the statistical details. You may find them in any statistics textbook because of the paucity of time. And what I'm trying to say is that after evaluating the test, you have to establish the norms, because these norms will help you in explaining your results. So that completes, in a way, our discussion of the one particular tool, that is achievement test. But again, I will say that most of these things which I have discussed in some detail will be needed whenever you are constructing any other tool as well. For example, you have to clearly specify the objectives whenever you are constructing a tool, that for which reason, or what are your objectives, what you actually want to achieve with or obtain with the help of that particular tool which you are constructing. Similarly, you have to be very clearly prepare the design, that is the blueprints or the specifications, that what are the traits which you are going to measure, what are the various dimensions of the objectives you have taken into consideration, and then you have to decide and what will be the weightage given to each of them. That means how many items you will construct for one particular aspect or one particular trait or one particular dimension, and how many items will you construct for the other, and so on and so forth. So that is something which is required for any particular tool. Then whenever you are using you are in these blueprints, then you have to construct items. As in most of the tools, we construct objective type test items. So you have to take into consideration the various points which we have to keep into mind while constructing the objective type test items. And when we are evaluating, when we are constructing the open-ended questions, whether for observation or interview or any other test, then we have to find, of course, take into consideration the various points which we have to keep in mind for constructing the log answer type questions and how to score them and then analyze them and decide your norms, etc. So these are the few things I wanted to say in relation to the achievement test. Now we come to the other tools. The other tool which I will be considering first is the questionnaire. Because that is again one of the most commonly used tool. So when if factual information is desired, then most of the time we use questionnaire for the simple reason that questionnaire can easily be administered on a large sample. Or nowadays, even if face-to-face interaction is not possible, you can mail the questionnaire that also has its own advantages and disadvantages. But say in this period of corona and all that pandemic, the mail questionnaires were the more commonly used form of the questionnaires. Now, the various qualities or the points which we should keep in our mind when we are constructing a questionnaire. Of course, we first decide about the objectives and the specifications, and depending upon the objectives and the specifications, we construct our items in the questionnaire. Now, the few considerations which we have to keep in mind while constructing the items for a questionnaire. The foremost one of the important one is the simplicity in language, that use as simple a language as possible. Even if you are given an open-ended questions, instead of saying that are you of the view of, you say simply, do you think, yes or no, or whatever it may be, or it may be a answer, maybe depending upon the nature of the question, could be descriptive or whatever it should be. Avoid complex and long questions, because complex and long questions tend to confuse the respondent, and he may or not like to answer that particular question. There should be no ambiguity in your questions. Suppose, for example, you ask, do you feel shy when you are in a group? Now, this question, one may feel shy when one is in a particular kind of group, and one may not feel shy when he is in another type of group. Suppose a student feels shy in speaking in the class, but he doesn't feel shy in talking to his or her peer groups whenever he is outside the class with the group. So, although he is with the same group in the class and he is in the outside the class as well, but he may feel shy in one situation and he may not feel shy in the other situation. So there is ambiguity. So in this question, so clearly say, do you feel shy in asking or in interacting with your peer group inside the class in the presence of teacher? Or you feel shy otherwise also when you are outside the class with your peer group, so that one may be able to answer it correctly. Do not use vague words like generally or fairly or often, because do you often do it? Often means what? How many times? Different people may interpret it differently. So it is not, it is better not to use such words or avoid such words. Similarly, do not ask embarrassing questions. There may be some personal questions about which one may be embarrassed to talk about those issues or uh, divulge that kind of details. So it is better to avoid them. Avoid presuming questions as well. Like presuming questions are those where you are presuming that a particular the respondent is familiar with something. Like suppose I ask, uh, I'm administering a test on, say, on teachers, and I ask them, what is your opinion about new education policy? Here, 2020. Here I am assuming that the person is familiar with the new education policy, whereas this may or may not be the case. If a person is not familiar, unless you wish to know whether the student is familiar or not, then you can ask a particular question with the help of which you can infer whether the person is familiar with the new education policy or not. Or you specifically write, instead of saying whether you are in favor of the suggestion of new, the one of the recommendation of new education policy, which says uh, which allows multiple entry and exit points. Now, again, you are assuming that one understand what does multiple entry and exit points are. So instead of saying this, you can say that new education policy has suggested multiple exit and entry points, which means, and write 2 3 sentences to explain what does it mean, and then you can ask his or her opinion about that. So these presuming questions should be avoided. And similarly, double negatives because should also be avoided because they also tend to confuse the learner, the respondent. Like you say, do you not approve the idea that women should not be discriminated against? Now, again, you are using double negatives. So instead of using double negatives, ask simply, do you approve the idea or will you not approve the idea, whatever it may be. Similarly, hypothetical questions. Suppose this happens. Now, again, try to avoid them because these questions again confuse the respondents. So, if you keep these small points in few points in your uh, consideration, then you will be able to frame better questions for the questionnaire. And again, I'm repeating myself as these questionnaires are more commonly used in quantitative research, and therefore it is better to frame them properly. And in order to do so, again, clearly specifying your objectives, clearly specifying the various dimensions and preparing the uh, specific specifications for the questionnaire, that is the blueprints, and then properly constructing the items, keeping these points in mind. Only then you will be able to construct a good questionnaire. Similarly, when we move to observation and interview, then in addition to whatever I have said in relation to the above mentioned two tools, we should keep in mind that when we are observing, say, a person, then we should clearly differentiate between observation and inference. Sometimes what happens that we note our inferences as observations. Suppose I am observing a class. When I am observing a class, I find that one particular student has not raised his hand throughout the period. He has not asked any question. He has not interacted in any manner. And instead of this, I note in my observation book that a particular student was not attentive. No, he was not attentive. It is my inference. It is not my observation. My observation is that he has not asked any question, or he has been silent throughout the 30-minute or 40-minute period. So it may be that he was attentive, but by nature, he doesn't like to ask questions. He is shy, or he is somewhat introvert, or whatever may be the reason. Or on the other hand, there was a student who was asking questions, raising hands, and so on and so forth. And he was very active apparently. But it is not when you conduct the test on the same topic which has been taught in the class, you find the results are opposite. The one who was supposedly silent has scored, has performed better as compared to the one who was all the time interacting with the teacher or with the class. So maybe it was because of their nature, but one who was silent was more attentive and listening to the discussion in the class more attentively, and was learning, was in a position to learn more as compared to the one who was, although apparently interacting, but was not he was rather impulsive. He was interacting at the impulse, but not really comprehending what is going on in the class. So therefore, don't mix the observation and your inference, because inference can be then if you note your observation as inference, then you may uh, get the wrong idea, or you may reach a wrong conclusion. This becomes even more important when the observant is unknown to you. You don't know. Suppose, especially in the qualitative research, if you are observing a group you are not familiar with, say a tribe living in some far off place, then you don't know their traditions and customs and so on and so forth to begin with. And if you go there and instead of writing actual observation, you write your inference, then you may be wrong, because that inference, you will be able to draw the correct inference only when you are there for a reasonable period of time and you know them in a better manner only. So this is the most important point which you have to keep in your mind, that don't mix the observation and inference, because many a times we tend to do the same. Then we know that observations can be participatory and non-participatory. Uh, of course, the participatory observation, it depends upon the nature of your particular uh, objective for which you are conducting that observation. Sometimes participatory observation is more desirable, and sometimes it is the non-participatory observation is more desirable. Those of us who are a student of education and have done B.Ed, they may be knowing that when a teacher observer comes to the class, his very presence in the class has some impact on the teacher as well as the student teacher as well as the student. And therefore, a observer, who in this case is your supervisor, he is not in a position to judge the true behavior of the students and the teacher. So it is better that instead of entering the class, if you can make some arrangements where he is not visible and the uh, students and the student teacher doesn't know whether he is being observed or not, then he will be able to judge the student teacher as well as the student's behavior in a more natural setting. So a non-participatory observation will be better in that case if we are interested in finding out the behavior of the class or the behavior of the teacher. Similarly, in a particular situation, like when you are observing, you want to say do a as I have said before, you are studying a particular tribe or a particular group which is totally unknown to you, then of course you have to somehow participate and come establish those kind of relationship with that particular group where they become open to you and their true behavior is visible. So, depending upon the need of your research, you can decide whether you want to have a participatory observation or a non-participatory observation. Similarly, observation can be systematic or unsystematic. By systematic, I mean that you frame the exact uh, you prepare your guidelines that this is what you are going to observe. And in unsystematic observation, you just go with the open mind and whatever attracts you, you uh, note down that. So both kind of observations are possible depending upon your need. You may make systematic observations or you may make unsystematic observation. In systematic observation, the chances are that once you have pre-decided that you will be observing these kinds of things only, then you may miss something which is more important, but you have not planned for that because that was not in your mind or you didn't know about that. And when you are making unsystematic observation, again, you are going with the open mind, so you can observe anything. But again, the problem is, so it all depends what are your objectives and for what purpose you are making that particular observation. If objectives are very well defined, then perhaps systematic observation is desirable, is more desirable. And when the objectives are in themselves evolving as they do more in the qualitative research, then perhaps to begin with, it is the unsystematic observation which is more uh, useful because that helps you in identifying that what is there which one should observe. So you don't go with a predetermined mind, you go with an open mind, and then you observe, say, a tribe or a group for a considerable period of time, and then you come to know that these are the important characteristics of this group which I have to observe, and you move on accordingly. So these are the few words I wanted to say about the observation. And similarly, the interviews can be structured, semi-structured, or unstructured. In a structured interview, we have framed definite questions before going to the interviewee that these are the questions I will be asking or I will be getting response to them. In a semi-structured interview, you don't really frame the questions, but you decide that these are the dimensions or issues about which I will be talking to the respondent. And in totally unstructured interview, you just go with the open mind that maybe a broad topic may be in your mind that I will be talking about such things, but what issues I will be taking up and all that, that will be that will emerge while I interact with the interviewee. The conducting an interview is certainly an art, and it has to be mastered by the interviewer, and it requires considerable practice and a particular kind of aptitude in order to be a successful interviewer. Few characteristics of a good or qualities of interviewer are that he should be honest. He should be able to honestly observe and honestly draw the conclusions and honestly report them, whatever interview he conducts. He should not distort the uh, responses of the interviewee according to his or her own convenience. He should honestly report them. Similarly, he should be accurate. It should be adaptable to the situation, because a respondent may or may not, I mean, it is necessary for the interviewer to establish a healthy relationship with the interviewer. Otherwise, the interviewer will not, the interviewee will not be will not open up, will not give you the correct answer. So it has to be adaptable. In case a particular question is not being answered in the manner he wanted to, he should be able to reframe the question in such a manner that it arouses the interest in the interviewee and he responds to them in a more open manner. Similarly, he should have a temperament where he is able to control the whole proceedings. He doesn't get excited or he doesn't get depressed uh, very by any response of the questions. He should be able to take in whatever manner the interviewee is behaving in his or her strides and act accordingly. So these are the few things we have to keep in mind when we are interviewing a particular person. Interviews and observations are the tools which are more commonly used in the qualitative research, because for the simple reason that in quantitative research it is most of the time the sample is so large that it is difficult to observe the whole uh, sample, or even more difficult to interview them. Even if, say, you have 50 or 100 students in you want to observe, then you may observe them in a particular class settings or in whatever setting where that group is together. But interviewing 100 people or 100, more than that, is certainly very difficult. But we can use interview and observation in the mixed research also. In the mixed research, very easily. Suppose I conduct a quantitative test or opinionaire or questionnaire or whatever it is. And on the basis of that opinionaire, I come to, I am able to identify some extreme cases, that these are the ones who are totally having a negative attitude, these are the ones who are having a totally positive attitude, and these are the ones who are having the, say, uh, a neutral attitude. Then I can choose few of the those who are having the positive attitude, few of them who are having a negative attitude, and few of them who are having a neutral attitude. And then I can interview them or observe them and further find out whatever is the that why they behaved in that particular manner, why they had that positive attitude or that negative kind of attitude, so that I can find out by closely observing them or closely or by interviewing them. And these techniques can also be used for in a mixed research for, say, or in a qualitative research alone also, for triangulation. Suppose I have find out, I ask the I have developed a questionnaire for the teachers as well as for the students to find out whether the what kind of activities are being performed in the classroom, or whether the activity method is being used in the classroom effectively or not. For that, I prepare a questionnaire. I ask the students what kind, whether you are using the, where I frame the questions to find out whether the teacher is using the uh, activity method or not. And I do the same for the students as well. And I find that the teacher says that he is using the activity method, whereas the students say that activity method is not being used in the classroom. Now, what to do? The two findings uh, are different. So I go to the class and observe that what kind of activities are being undertaken by the teachers. And I may come to the conclusion that teacher is performing the activities, but the term activity is being interpreted differently by the teachers, by the students. Students feel that whatever is happening in the class, that is not activity, that is teaching. Activity is something which they do in the playground or outside the classroom. So for them, it is not an activity. So I can, by observation, I can triangulate and I can come to a better conclusion. So that is what the purpose of interview and for which the purpose for which interview and observations can be used. Whatever we have done quantitatively, if we want to go deep into that, then we can conduct observation and interview of some of those selected from that particular sample on which that uh, quantitative tool has been administered, and therefore we can go into the deep of that particular phenomena which is of our interest. Uh, Next comes the Likert type scale. Likert type scale we know is used for finding out the attitude of the people towards or opinion of the respondents towards a particular phenomena or trait or whatever it may be. So here one should make a clear distinction that we are, with the help of the Likert type scale, we are measuring the opinion or attitude, which may or may not be the reality. We should not confuse the responses to the attitude or opinion, the scale as the reality. Sometimes, because my opinion and my attitude is, or my perception depends upon my own personal experiences, whereas the other person's opinion, attitude, or perception depends upon his or her personal previous experiences, and the reality may be different. I had a personal experience. One of my students was studying some about the climate of the schools and its effect on various parameters, and in that he has a small question about drinking water facilities in the school. He administered the same tool, or he asked to the students studying in Delhi's in those schools of Delhi where the fees are very high and only the students from the upper income groups come to those schools. And on the other hand, she also talked about the same issue of drinking water facility to the students studying in the government schools, where majority of the students were coming from the lower income groups. When he asked their opinion about the facility of drinking water available in the school, the respondents in the coming from the higher income group studying in the schools, uh, in those schools, they said that they are not satisfied, or the drinking water facilities in their school are not up to the mark. Whereas the students studying in the in the government schools said that they are very much satisfied, or the drinking water facilities are good in their schools. Now, certainly, it does. Obviously, the drinking water facilities in those private schools were much better in comparison to the government schools, but the perception was different for the simple reason that the a government school student coming from the lower economic background, the kind of water facilities he was having in his home the facilities in the school were better than those. And similarly, it was the other way around for the student coming from the high economic group. And therefore, their response was different, or their opinion was different, or attitude was different. So, we should not consider the opinion as the reality. Opinion is opinion. That is one thing. Now, the most common type of the scale which is used is the uh, for measuring the attitude is the Likert type scale, where we know that for a particular item we give generally 5 categories. It may be 7 categories or 3 categories, but most commonly the 5 categories are used. So, for each statement, it is strongly agree, or uh, neutral, or disagree, or strongly disagree. For a positive statement, for strongly agreeing, you get 5 marks, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And for a negative statement, it is the other way around. For a strong agreement with a negative agreement, it is 1. And for a strong disagreement, it is 5, and in between. So that way we construct the it is common knowledge. I'm not going into detail. All of you must be familiar with this. So we construct a Likert type scale, and we have to be sure that when we are constructing an item, then its language should be such that the options given match with that one can say agree or disagree, or strongly agree or strongly disagree in relation to that particular statement. So all the statements have to be constructed in such a manner that these options apply to all of them, whether they are agree or whatever, or like or dislike, whatever it may be. But that should apply to all the items which are constructed. Generally, in a Likert type scale, 20 to 25 items are finally selected. And for that, to begin with, you may select a little higher, because some of those items may be uh, rejected by item analysis, with the help of the item analysis. And among them, nearly 50% should be positive statements, and nearly 50% should be negative statements. The most important uh, characteristics of the Likert type scale is that item analysis is possible in this case. This is what differentiates it with the other scale which you might have, attitude scale, which is the Thurston type scale. So in uh, Likert type scale, we analyze the items. What the procedure is rather simple, that you simply administer the test on the sample, then you select the top 25 or 27%. You score them as per the scoring scheme: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for positive statements, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for negative statements. And as per that, you score the each responses of the each individual. You arrange them in merit. You take the top 27% and the bottom 27%. In each item, you find out the mean score of the students. That is, mean score of the top 27% and mean score of the bottom 27%. And then you compare those means. If those means are significantly different, that means that item is discriminating between those who are having a positive attitude and a negative attitude, and that item is selected. And if the mean is not significantly different, which you can test by applying the t test, then of course That means the item is not discriminating between those who are having a positive attitude and a negative attitude. And therefore, you reject those items. So, after administering it on a large number of whatever may be your sample size, you find out which items are selected and which items are not selected, and you keep the best 20 to 25 items uh, as the final uh, test, and then you find out the scores in those modified scores for those selected 20 to 25 items. And these are your final scores, and then you analyze them and whatever conclusions you can draw with the help of them. So this is how we use Likert type scale. The Likert type scale, again, I am repeating that first you uh, construct your items in such a manner that all the items respond can be answered in terms of whatever alternatives you have given, like or strongly like, undecided, don't like, or dislike strongly, or agree, strongly agree, whatever it may be. Then all those items be answered to should be constructed in such a manner that they can be answered like that. The difficulty with this type of Likert type scale is that one of the drawbacks is that here each item is given equal weight, where it may not be so. For each strongly agree, you get 5 marks for each positive statement, whereas each of those 5 statements may not be indicative of the may not be equally strong as an indicator of that particular attitude which you are trying to measure. That is the drawback of the Likert type scale, which one must keep in mind. Then there is another difficulty when you say strongly. When you one will say will be one should say strongly agree, and one should say agree, because how strong an agreement should be considered a strong agreement. Look, what is the criteria for that? There is no scale with the help of which I can measure that this is the strong agreement and this is the agreement. And therefore, most of the time, finally, we divide it into 3 categories only. That is the positive attitude, neutral attitude, and the negative attitude. So these are because 2 persons may feel in the same manner about a particular statement which you have given. But one may say strongly agree and another may say agree, depending upon her own psychological makeup, that when he says strongly agree, when he says agree, or whatever it may be. So these are the few things which one has to keep in mind by considering the Likert type scale. So now this finishes our discussion about the construction of the tools. Now I come to the the second part of the lecture, which was in relation to validation of the tool. How much time is left with me? Hello? Am I audible?
Sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. Now it is 15 minutes for you. 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, I will
Yes,
be
sir.
just going through that.
Okay,
See,
sir. Okay.
when we are talking about reliability, about validity, then we have to take into consideration reliability as well. Because unless we first measure the reliability, measuring the validity in most of the cases doesn't mean anything. So first we have to ensure the reliability of a tool. for the simple reason that although both are independent, a test in principle can be reliable but not valid, can be valid but not reliable, or may not be reliable and valid, or maybe both reliable and valid. Say, for example, I give you a very trivial example. My watch gets fast by 5 minutes every day. So, although my watch is not reliable, but as I know that it is 5 minutes faster, I can get it is reliable because I know that it gets faster by 5 minutes only. So the observation can be repeated, although at this moment of time it will be again giving 3 to 15, although the correct valid time is 3:10. So tomorrow also, if I correct it in the morning, again at this time it will be giving the same time. So observation is repeatable, but it is not valid. On the other hand, if my watch gets 5 minutes faster every or 10 minutes faster every day, I don't correct it, that on a particular day, it may be 12 hours faster and maybe giving the correct time. So it will be valid at that time, although it is not reliable. So therefore, what I'm trying to say is, but such a watch, which sometimes get faster, sometimes get slower, sometimes by 10 minutes, sometimes by 5 minutes, although it may be giving a correct time at one particular moment, but certainly you cannot rely on that particular watch. So in most of the cases, it is better to first ensure, not always, I will come to that point a little later, but it is better to first ensure the reliability. And once you have ensured the reliability, then you should move on to the validity. We know the various methods of finding out the reliability, the test-retest method, where you administer a test now and administer the same test after a particular gap, and then you find out the correlation between the two. It has been, but here the problem is that how much gap you should have. And because during the gap, there can be several changes may take place. One may forget, one may learn new things, or it may be difficult for a researcher especially to go to the school, say you want to administer it in the school again, because the school authorities may not permit you all the times. So therefore, this method, if it is not always possible to use this particular method. And then there can be change in the physical or mental setup of the examinee as well as examiner also. Or there may be change in ability, new things one might have learned during the gap, or one might have forgot something, or anything may have. Then you can have another method is that alternate forms, that you prepare two tests which you administer at the same time, but the two tests are equivalent. Now, it is very difficult to consider two equivalent items rather than saying the two set of items. And then if you can do that, then you can administer one test and the other test at the same time, both the tests, and then you can simply find out the correlation between the two. The third form is, we all know that you prepare the same one test only, and then you split it into halves. So here you are administering it once, and you are also having, you don't have to retest, and you don't have to prepare two tests. You prepare the same one test, and most commonly used split half method is dividing it into odd number of questions and even number of questions. But if you are using this, then you should keep in mind that when you are splitting it into two halves, then what you are saying? You are saying that these are two equivalent tests. And in that case, your first question should match the second question, should be equivalent to the second question. Similarly, the third question should match the fourth question, and so on and so forth, so that when you split them into odd and even number of items, then the scores obtained in the odd number of questions or items and the score obtained in the even number of items both are equivalent tests. And then you can find out the correlation between the two. So these are the points which you have to keep in mind. And there are certain factors which influence the reliability. The one is the group variability. Group variability means if your group is homogeneous, all the students are more or less of the same capability, or then higher the homogeneity of the group, reliability is less. Because what we assume in reliability, that if the test is administered again, then the score will be same. Naturally, if there is very small difference between the capability of the students, then their scores may change. Say the topper and the last one, if there is a difference of only 2-3 marks, then maybe in the second test, the one who was the last person may be the topper. But if the group is heterogeneous, then the chances that whose rank was first, he will be again, when you retest him by any method, he will be again, if not at the top, then at least in the top bracket. Then other factors like guessing, environmental conditions, momentary fluctuations, मेरी तबीयत खराब हो गई, कोई और ऐसी बात हो गई, मैं डिस्टर्ब हो गया जिसकी वजह से, or something like that. So these can certainly, these are the extrinsic factors which can affect the reliability. Then there are intrinsic factors also, like length of the test. It is known that if you increase the length of the test, the reliability of the test increases. And there are statistical methods for calculating that how much length has to be increased in order to increase what kind of reliability. Suppose your reliability was 40%. You want to increase it to 80% or 60%. Then how much length should be doubled or tripled? All that can be calculated. I'm not going into the details of those statistical formulae. You can find it in any book. But then certainly it depends upon the length of the test also. Increasing the length increases your reliability. But you have to keep a balance that it is not that lengthy that nobody is interested in attempting that particular test, or it cannot be answered in the given time. Range of the total scores. Again, if the total scores are very close to one another, then the reliability is less. If the scores have a wide spread, then of course the reliability is large. And difficulty value. Again, if the difficulty value is very high or very low, the reliability is less. If the difficulty value is in the middle, then the reliability is higher, because all the questions are more or less of the same difficulty value. So there is intrinsic consistency, and therefore the reliability coefficient becomes higher. And discriminating value, if it is higher, the reliability is higher. Now, with these points in mind, we come to the validity. By validity, we know that what we mean is that validity is, it measures what it is, the test or the tool measures what it is supposed to measure. It is commonly defined. Or it is basically, it relates to the truth of the measurement, that how truly the measurement tells us about the particular trait which we have measured. The various kinds of uh, validity, uh, the methods of determining validity are the first method is content or curricular method, where we try to find out that how much is the content of the test, of the constructed items is relevant to what we wish to measure with the help of that particular test. For that, we can take the opinion of the experts. We can use statistical methods like internal consistency test, or we can compare with the similar test. If similar test is available, suppose I have designed an intelligence test and there is a standard test available, I can compare my intelligence test with that standard test and find out whether there is the item consistency or not. And then there is the second method is criterion validity. By criterion validity, there can be a where some external criteria is available and I can measure, I can compare my results with that, I can compare my test items with that particular criteria which is already available. For example, there can be two kinds of the criterion validity. One is the predictive validity and the other is the concurrent validity. By predictive validity, I mean that this is something which can only be found out after the administration of the test. Suppose I have constructed a pre-board test. Okay. I expect that the scores in the pre-board will match the individual scores of the students in the final board examination. So the validity of the test can only be found out when the final board examinations are conducted and their results are declared. Only then I can match that what I have predicted in my pre-board test, the same my prediction is how much it is true or it is not true, and that will give that will validate my test. Or there can be concurrent validity if some criteria is already available. Say a standard test is already available. I administer my test and I administer a standard test and find out the correlation between the two. If my test correlates, the scores in my test correlates with the scores in that particular uh, standard test, then I consider that it is valid. So these are the two most commonly used methods. The other method is uh, this is the construct value. The other method is known as content validity, and we have talked about the criterion validity, and the third one is the construct validity. This is a matter of very details, and this is generally not used by the researchers only when we are interested in constructing a particular, say, standard tool, then only construct validity is taken into account. And here we generally first have to define what is a construct. Construct is something abstract concept, like say intelligence. Intelligence is a construct. Then we decide that what are the various components of that particular construct, which can be, say, uh, measured, like when we will say a person is as having high intelligence, his ability to solve problems, his ability to adjust in different situations, or whatever, depending upon the nature of our ability, depending upon the nature of our tool or for the purpose of our tool, we decide that this construct can be made up of these following factors. We list them, and that list can never be exhaustive, but we choose those constructs, those factors which we consider they are more important or more suitable for the trait which we are measuring. Then we find out that which of the we frame items relating to each of the construct, and then we match the scores in different constructs, and whether there is a positive correlation, there is a negative correlation, or whatever, and then there are various statistical methods like factorial methods to find out the validity and all that. But and lastly, I just want to say a few words. I will take another 2 minutes, not more than that, to come to that conclusion. Just a minute, I want to say a few words about. In the beginning, I said that reliability, we should first be sure about the reliability, only then we should come to the validity. First, should calculate the reliability coefficient, and then we can calculate, we should judge the validity. Now I am, in a way, contradicting myself. Reliability and validity are the two dimensions of the same thing, that is test efficiency. We want to find out how good is our test is. Now, validity is basically the correlation with some external construct. कोई अलग से कोई पहले से कोई टेस्ट बना हुआ है और कुछ इस तरह से उससे आप you are comparing it. And whereas reliability is mostly concerned with the internal consistency of the test. So if the traits you are measuring are more homogeneous, in that case, the reliability will be higher. Whereas if the traits you are measuring are heterogeneous, then reliability will be less because there will be no internal consistency. Suppose you are measuring the ability to say understanding of a scientific concept, and you are also measuring the ability to draw the diagram. Now, drawing a diagram is a skill, and which is a different ability as compared to the understanding of the concept, which may be abstract in nature. And therefore, understanding an abstract concept is something different from the ability to draw the diagram. And therefore, there is a homogeneity of the traits you are measuring. In that case, the reliability is small. But if you construct a purely homogeneous test, then the reliability may be higher but you may not be able to really know about the person, the various all the dimensions which are needed to be examined. And therefore, in some cases, what happens when you try to increase the reliability, your validity decreases. Because when you are making all the questions internally consistent, making your test more homogeneous, then you may not be giving the due emphasis to the heterogeneity of the trait. And when you try to take more care of the heterogeneity of the test, that will increase the validity, but then internal consistency will get reduced. So many a times it is not possible to have both higher reliability and higher validity. Depending upon the nature of your test, if it is the trait is homogeneous, in that case you focus on reliability. And if the trait is heterogeneous, then you focus more on the validity. So with these words, I finish my talk. Now it is over to you if there are any questions. Otherwise, thanks for the patient listening. Okay.
Thank you, sir. And dear participants, if you have any questions related to tool validation, then you have to write in YouTube chat box. Sir will give answer. Sir, there are some questions. Lami MC is asking, sir, is content validity from experts enough for short and long essay type questions?
See, what is enough cannot be answered in an unequivocal terms. It is one's perception that what is enough. So you have to think that what exactly you wish to achieve with the help of the tool you are preparing or constructing. For that, will it be enough or not? Same thing which is enough for one may not be enough for the other. And it varies from person to person. So saying that what will be enough and what will not be enough, it is an opinion which will vary from person to person, and it depends upon the nature of the tool you are preparing and what exactly is your objective, what exactly you wish to determine, how accurate you wish to be, how deep you wish to go into that particular phenomena. Depending upon that, what is enough and what is not enough has to be decided.
Sir, Doctor, 1 minute. Sir, Dr. Rithi Nagari asking, please explain research index.
What? I couldn't get it. The question.
Explain research index.
Research index?
Yes,
I don't
it is
know.
not related.
What does it mean?
Okay,
Sorry,
sir.
I can't answer.
Lakshmi Meher is asking she's asking, is for tryout minimum how many samples should be taken? लेकिन इन्होंने ये नहीं बताया कि किस पे.
Again, what is the tool you are trying out? That
Yes,
depends. You are, say, suppose for the Likert scale, you don't need to try out anymore. You can simply administer it on the total sample, and then you can analyze. Now, try out generally, see if you are measuring a trait which is normally distributed, then we know for a normal distribution to hold or the results of the normal distribution to be applicable, the size of the sample should be large. So even if you are trying it out, then at least depending upon the total size of the sample, at least we know that in statistics, in social sciences research, we consider a sample larger than 30 as the large sample. And we can use normal, the normal curve for that particular, the analyzing that particular data. So therefore, at least 30, but depending upon the size of the population or size of the sample. If the sample is 3000, then 30 cannot be the size of the tryout also. So it should at least be, depending upon, again, not always, depending upon the nature of the research or the kind of objectives you want to you are having in your mind uh, while using that particular tool, at least 10% of the total sample, but certainly not less than 30.
Okay, sir. Dr. Ravinder Singh is asking, sir, is it is possible to apply research tools in funded projects?
Why not? Certainly. And depending upon the project, you will need a particular tool. How can you complete a project without using any tool? So, and if the tool is available, a standard tool is available, and you find that it is useful for your purpose, you can modify, or you can make some modifications, or you can construct your own tool, depending upon the need. So certainly for any research, a tool is required.
Sir, Sumathi Sethi is asking, can I take achievement test in survey?
What kind of survey you are conducting? I mean, I don't understand what you are saying. See, surveys are also of different kinds. You might have read about the surveys of various NGOs and other such agencies saying that 10th, they in their survey reports that 8th class students could not read the 5th class textbooks, and such statements you might have read in the textbook. Certainly, they have conducted some kind of an achievement test. Only then they have come to that particular conclusion. Or 8th class of students cannot do simple addition or subtraction. So how did they come to that particular conclusion? When they administered a particular test on a large sample. So certainly, why not? You can use it.
Virender
Depending
Kumar.
upon the need.
Okay, yes, sir. Sir, Virender Kumar Patel is asking, can you suggest any book for survey types research?
See, there are n number of books available. You can go to the library. I will not, I mean, particular survey type doesn't mean much, because survey type itself, there can be various kinds of surveys, and there are n number of types of survey also. So at present, I don't remember, but in fact, the problem is that our library is closed because of this pandemic. Uh, I had seen a book which is on survey itself, but at present, I'm sorry, can't recollect the reference. Maybe you contact me after a few days, then I will be able to tell you. You
Okay,
may
sir.
get my number from the
Sir,
missed call.
Dr. Jay Lakshmi is asking, please throw light on Scopus Journal. How do we prepare for the publication, which is a mandate for
See, this
doctorate?
is not my
Sir,
topic. I am not
सर मुझे
I'm
भी लग
not
रहा है कि इसके लिए तो
concerned with that.
इसके लिए एक वर्कशॉप रखना पड़ेगी, एक बड़ा क्वेश्चन है.
हाँ, वो आप अपना कीजिए,
Yes, sir.
मुझे उससे कोई, I am not interested in that.
Uh,
Whatever I have
and,
said, if you have any questions regarding that, welcome.
okay, sir. And now there are lots of participants who are thanking you. Okay, sir. And saying
Thanks
that
to
nice,
everybody
amazing
for
lecture.
patient listening and bearing with me for such a long period of time.
And thank you, sir. Your presentation was really remarkable and commendable. I hope all the research scholars, students, teachers, and all those members who are associated with this workshop have been tremendously benefited by your vast experience and knowledge. Now, I would like to invite respected head of the department, Dr. Aradhana Sethi, to deliver vote of thanks. Ma'am,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice audible?
Yes, yes, it is audible.
I take this privilege to extend my vote of thanks to all. I am very thankful to Vice Chancellor of Mandsaur University who could not join us due to his busy schedule. It could not have been possible without his support. I am very thankful to Professor Shoeb Abdullah Sir, Department of Teachers Training and Non-Formal Education, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, who have given very elaborative yet simple explanation of tool construction and its validation process. Sir, I am really very thankful to you. Your vast and deep knowledge has really mesmerized us. You really made us realize that there is a very close relation between higher education and research. I also extend my thanks to Dr. Sangeetha ma'am, Assistant Professor at Central University of Rajasthan, who in her keynote address cleared the concept of research and research tools. Last but not the least, I am also thankful to Mr. Praveen Bhargava sir who made this event happen. His work on the backstage only made this e-national workshop possible. I also thank Dr. Akbarul Qadri whose coordination made this e-workshop possible. Thank you to all the participants who have been joining us since morning and made it a great success. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, thank you very much for your active participation in this workshop. I hope you enjoyed the program. May you succeed in life and goodbye.
Yes, one small announcement for participants. You please fill this feedback form. Certificates will be given to you within 5 days. Please don't worry about the certificates. Those who will fill this feedback form, certificates will be automatically sent to their email address. Thank you.